That's all right. We'll just have to get the TV some stuff adjusted again. Well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, this can of beans doesn't fit in to the rest of the image here. And also, it doesn't make any sense for every single stump to have a cup on it. Where would you sit if you're putting your cup on the stump? Why are there cups on the floor? What's with this boot having 2 toes? Something's wrong with that picture. Brunie, hello Brunie. Thanks for coming in. How are ya? Would you just let me get my freaking shoes on, dog? Holy moly. Just give me 2 minutes. It's over here trying to crowd me. Ghost Boo! How are ya? How's it going? How's the fam? Good, 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 good. I think I might have some more of those sausage patties that I had yesterday. There's like these mini sausage patties that I had for dinner last night. Oh, so good. I think I might have some for breakfast. Ooh, is it a surprise? Hi, Kins. Yes, hello. I'm alive. I greeted you. Hi. Is it alright if I go get coffee before you smother me in your love? It is a surprise. I like surprises. I think I ruin my surprise for other people. Oh, we got some head pets from Ghost Bell. You can't see this one, but she's getting some. Get some over here. Head pets. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh, some head pets. Oh yeah. Ghost Bell says hi. You can see this one here is getting some head pets. Oh, some face scratches? Huh? You want some face scratchies? Oh. Annie, stop pushing buttons on the remote. In the butt. Get off my sofa. I was trying to sit your butt on top of my things. What a stretch, Zoom. What a stretch. Yes, I'm awake. Is it time for breakfast snack? Oh, breakfast buns. Oh, we'll wait for Aaron to get here. Aaron and Miss Space Nut love that set of stuff. That's their favorite, right? You and Aaron have the same favorites. Snack time. Look how excited they get. They're like, we know. You gotta go out again? Woof. Woof. Good stretch. What? Are you jealous? Are you jelly? Is that you? Are you Jelly Zoo? Oh, here it comes. She just had to get her mouth wet so she can come over and give me kisses. She was like, there wasn't enough water content in my slobber. I needed to up it. Yeah, she came over here looking for it, but if Annie hadn't beaten her to me, she would come over here trying to kiss me. She just needed to up her water content. Azu. You like making slobber kisses, don't you? Yeah. Your slobber kisses. Oh, thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Brandy. Alright, Eddie's getting up to make coffee. You want to go out? to include more, but I gotta back it on up more and more and more. Remember, guys, green light means I'm available. Green light, this green light, that one, means I'm available to chat. I'm here. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am here to chat with y'all. That's what I'm here for. I am here, ladies and gentlemen, just in the background making coffee. Today's going to be a mad dash for cleaning up. Maybe going out for a bit too. So if you guys want to go out, let me know. I should probably set that, let me set up a poll. I know I sat down in this chair, but that doesn't mean you come over here and bog my hands. I need my hands right now. Do you mind? Do you mind? Do you mind? Go on. Go. I need my hands right now. nice. That was probably not cool on the ears, is it? Try to include all of these suckers. But it's just only kinda gonna include Zuma. I'll get that power cord out of the way. She tried to hide, but I moved it on back. You! Stop it! Alright. Okay? Fighting over scraps, you two. Fighting over scraps, you two. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they even bit each other. They were like belly bumping. It was like this. They had like their necks next to each other. I give her a tap when I let her in. So Amy got she's like that. I don't know why she does that. She'll get in the way when people are running up. Bad girl, Amy. Meanie pants. And I got my cigarette too. I don't even know where it's at. We had a special guest, but Annie ruined it. Go, inside. I didn't get to have my coffee yet before Annie starts problems with the other people. Holy moly. Yeah, we were going to have Brandy over for a few hours while her owner was yard sailing. And Annie got such an attitude. Like, she got jealous, basically, that Brandy was coming inside and decided to chest bump her. And then Brandy was like, oh, hell no, and chest bumped her back. And then they got into this chest bumping disagreement. I don't think either one of them even bit each other. I think they just bumped chests and, like, got in each other's face. But I've got a nice old scratch from the pulling them apart. And we got drew blood. One of them got me. Stop that. Okay. Nice old scratch there. That's alright. It happens. Being a dog owner, you get those kind of wounds once in a while. I'm not even sure which one, who scratched me. Go lay down on the couch. You're not following me around for these snacks. It's not snack time yet. When Aaron comes in, we can do snack time. Go. Go, go. Thank you. won't hear nothing about these snacks till it's time. So either when we end pull, it'll be good snack time. When Aaron comes in, it'll be good snack time. Outside of that window, ladies, I don't want to hear it. Coffee, delicious coffee. I gotta make sure I didn't go burning nothing. Wow, what a slow day. What a slow day. Oh, she didn't even wait for the ringtone to go to the part that I wanted to hear. Some bullshit. Some bullshit. Just because I sat down does not mean come get in my face. Dog. Exactly. You don't want none of this smoke? Learned real fast, Mr. Mrs. Sneezer. Mr. Sneezer. 0 votes. What's up with that, y'all? Oh, we got 1 vote. Somebody's in here voting. I was looking into secure messaging apps. And what I learned is that not a lot of them are very secure at all. And they all collect metadata with the potential for them to be post-encrypted by a future encryption and future decryption. And the general consensus is that the most private and end-to-end encrypted messaging service out there is called Signal. And second to that, the best app with end-to-end encryption would have been WhatsApp and a version of Facebook. But Facebook owns WhatsApp and collects metadata, so it's only kinda Cosmo. Looks like nobody's on the crown list. Cosmo, you might just take it. It's currently nobody there in like 10 minutes to be on top. The clock is saying 5 minutes to be on top. I guess we started 5 minutes late. No, because I was going to roll the other one over and I decided to start a new one. You got it, see? Look at that. 1 comment, you're at the #1 spot. I was looking last night too. There was like 25 people who had commented and they're part of the engagement list. But only 1 person had 50 XP. Everybody else was tied for 25. Watching a movie? What movie were you watching? The kiddo comes back from his adventure today, his awesome, cool adventure. Let me see if I have any pictures that I could actually show you of him having fun there. Without actually showing you what he looks like. So I guess they changed some stuff over the past year. But so here's the indoor water park. Right, I got a message here, and we'll just hit the play button. So you see, you got this big old indoor water park, and then he comes down the slide. He is coming down the slide. Yeah, that's their indoor water park over there. It's pretty cool, right? Let's see if there's any other pictures of the cool indoor water park. I might have to Google them because I don't think I have any old ones. It made you watch the Raya the Last Dragon. You can see here they got the part of the indoor water park is a lazy river. So they got that stuff. I Google searched it. But that's the place. It's definitely the place.
It is now officially noon.
It's now officially noon. Who we got at the number one spot there? Cosmo's holding it down. Holding it down. Holding it down. There you go, Cosmo. Yeah, this place is awesome. They've got mini golf. They've got the water slides. They've got all of these cool attractions that you can do on a regular basis. The water park's indoor, outdoor. This looks like a rendering of all the stuff in the little splash section. But that's it to a T right there. Like this is the little platform splash section. I know that's like a digital rendering, but that's what it looks like. That's what it literally looks like. See if I can find any other cool pictures of it. There it is. The legitimate actual indoor water park. Like that's what it looks like, folks. Like I've been there. That's exactly what it looks like. That's pretty cool. Yes, you. Yes. Pot of tea. Oh, no worries. We're here either way, right? I gotta make sure that the TV is on 0, so I don't. The TV's on 0. Alright. Our volume up to an appropriate level. Looks it, I think. 22. Yep. Turn this bad chicken on.
Power on. Ready to pair.
Ready to pair.
Phone connected.
There it is. Phone connected. Final answer. Good Luck Babe by Chappelle Roan. All right, I found it. Here we go. There it is. Let me check on these analytics from yesterday. See how close I am here.
Phone is disconnected.
It's one thing I like to do when I wake up, is check out how many people have decided that they love seeing dogs sleep, which is interesting. Today it was about 12 hours, a little bit less, like 20 minutes less, and 53 people decided to subscribe. Now that means that it was 53 new individuals who hadn't already subscribed. And the numbers have been similar to that. Usually the numbers are somewhere between 30 and 60. And that's a lot of subscribers for one day, like one live stream, you know? So it's fascinating to me. Like my shorts will get 1 subscriber or 2 subscribers like every 5 shorts. Like I gotta put out 5 different pieces of content. I go to sleep and overnight 30 subscribers. So it's fun to me to wake up and see, like, wow, people really do enjoy watching the dogs sleep. Like, in all seriousness, I get more people popping in here when I put the description saying that the dogs are sleeping. They don't care about me. They don't come in here to see me. Look at this. It says we got 8. Pretty sure 5 of those are me. Like, they're not here to see me. They want to see the dog sleep up close. So let's see. I'm fascinated by the growth in the subscriber number. Like, look at how awesome you guys are doing. That $23.99, that's all you guys. I love you guys for that. You guys are awesome. Let me see if I can actually make this look like a heart. You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what we got for valid watch time. Nice. Nice. Yesterday it was at 1466. If we're looking today, can you see it? 1699. So that means it went up 233 watch hours overnight. That's you guys. There's no way that I'd be putting 233 hours of watch time overnight. That's you guys. You guys are awesome. You're amazing. Thank you so much. We're officially past the halfway point and cruising right along to that 3,000 hours. And unfortunately for him, I think Aaron's going to miss snack time today because I think it's time. We did the song. You know, we're halfway through. It's lunch hour for anybody who's coming in for their lunch hour. I appreciate you popping in here. But I'm going to go get the snacks because I think it's time for that. I don't know where Annie ended up. Annie, what are you getting into? Kins, I don't know what you're getting into, but get out of there. She started problems with Brandy earlier. I think you might have missed it. But 5 accounts is not enough. Look. Yeah, you just... you have to see. All right, latest published content. All right, 5 accounts is not enough to see 8,000 views. Look at that. Okay, so there's mine. That's basically me, right? This one here. I was live yesterday. Okay, live for just about 3 hours, right? That was our typical 11 to 1 is usually that about long. And then, so the pups sleep 12 hours. We got 17 hours of watch time on pups sleeping. I got half an hour of watch time on me being present. So, like, you guys are killing it. Since published, look at the number 2,600 views since published. Whereas this other one, right? Three. You guys don't give a damn about me. You want to see the doggos sleep. It's amazing to me. I don't understand it. But whatever, right? I don't need to understand it. I'll just keep putting it out there for you guys that love it. If you don't want to see me, that's all right. I ain't got to be here. The doggos will be here. You know, you don't want to hear me, it's okay. You just put the sound on mute and it's all good. For the most part, I'm not necessarily even really 100% present unless it's between 11 and 1. So, but yeah, the statistics don't lie. People love to see these dogs sleep. I don't know why they like seeing them sleep, but they like seeing them sleep. I don't understand it. And I'm not going to try to understand it. I'll just keep putting out there the stuff that people want to see. You know, when they say, give me a close-up of that doggo sleeping, you got it. Here's 12 hours of close-up. You know what I mean? You want to see it, I'll put it out there. You know, within reason. I'm not going to be dancing all provocative for subscriptions and super chats, you know. But I don't mind doing some cool art or going out and buying something with super chat money. Now you got to remember, even though the super chats are being sent immediately, they don't get processed, and then I won't get to see that money for a little while. So let's just remember that when you guys send super chats. Also, that YouTube is going to take like 30%. So by the time it gets to me after taxes, because the government wants their 30%, YouTube's going to take 30%. Let's say you send a $10 super chat, right? If YouTube and the government are taking 30%, that means by the time it gets me, $10 is only $4. So let's just remember that. Just assume that whatever gets sent is coming to me as a little bit less than half of what was sent. Either way, we've got some time here before we hit our 3,000 hours. So I'm just amazed that overnight, you know, and this content, so the earn tab is showing as of July 6th. So that's just between the 5th and the 6th, 233 hours of watch time. That's you guys. That's not me. There's no way that's me. Between the 5th and the 6th, there's 233 hours of watch time. That's you guys. You guys are amazing. You're awesome, and I love having you here. So that's $16.99 as of the 6th. But if I go to the dashboard, it tells me here, right, that I have 1.8 as of today. Look at that graph. That's you guys. That graph is all you guys. 165 more percent more than the last 28 days. That's you guys. Look, 3 accounts does not put 1,000 subscribers on there. There's no way that's just Cosmo either. You guys are amazing. I love having you come out here. I love putting the content out there for you guys. Look at, right? Just as here's the top content, right? Last 28 days. We're looking at Sleeping Pups, 20,000 views. Live, 18,000. That's the time I was in the car, and there was like 150 viewers at a time. Live in the car, 16,000. Live just me, 14,000. Even the short that went semi-viral on this, like, the sounds page, still got 14,000 hits. But 31,000 hits in the last 48 hours. That's you guys. That's not me. You guys are awesome. Keep telling your friends about how adorable these dogs are. Keep sharing the shorts that you find inspirational, motivational, and super cute. I've got a playlist that I created specifically for motivational. So if you're going to my page, you're going to go to playlist tab and you're going to click on this one. It's called Motivational Throwback. This one here. Okay. And you're going to see there's a few in there. And the sounds behind the motivational ones are pretty, well, motivational. And I called it Motivational Throwback because I used old clips. I used old clips of Zuma that I already have used in shorts. I try to use new content. If I'm going to put new shorts out, I try to use new content. I don't want to use the same old videos every single time. So I try to take new every time I'm putting out there. But for these, it's a lot of older clips just kind of mashed together in some of these. Like, let's see, this one, for instance, it's got quite a few old clips. Like, this is an older one I used on something else. This is an older clip I've used on something else. That's an older clip. That's an older clip. So that's where the throwback version of it comes. But feel free to browse through that motivational corner, the throwback corner, motivational throwback. If you're having one of those days, or you have a friend who's having one of those days, pick one of those that you feel is appropriate and share it with them. Not gonna lie, some of those got me welled up. You listen to them enough time, you start to believe the words that are coming out of their mouth, and you feel empowered by some of those things. Should I do dog cartoon or realistic? You can make it cartoony. Realistic is very time consuming, whereas cartoony has a lot of more leeway for artistic expression. Mostly just Cosmo. I don't think Cosmo could have gotten me 233 hours of watch time overnight. Let's see, we've got three of them over here. Of course, they like to hide just off camera here. We've got Laddie, this one here. She's Lab Pit Terrier. She's just over 6. And we've got Zuma. Zuma's the brown one on the couch there. She's the service dog. She's Rottweiler Boxer. And then we've got Annie over here. I'll just squish her face. She's our little attention fiend. And she's Rottweiler Husky. She's just over 2. So these two are still pups. They're just over 2, whereas Letty's just over 6. And they like to avoid camera wherever possible. So it's tough to keep them in the shot. Every time I move the camera, they move. Thanks for coming in, Golden Pitbull. I gotta make sure I get on the ball here too. So I subscribe to everybody that's in chat. Outside of the 11 to 1 window, I'm only gonna subscribe to people who actually chat. But
for the 11 to 1 window, I'll subscribe to everybody who comes in the chat. So, Brunie, even though you only hit the hi button, let's hit the send. That's all right. I'm going to subscribe to you, Brunie. Just went to your channel. Thank you, thank you. And Golden Pitbull, I might already be subscribed to your channel, but we're going to find out. Oh, I'm not. All right. You now have 13 subscribers, Golden Pitbull. Whiskey and Go-Go. Haha. Funny. Oh, you're going to do all three? All right. And Aaron's here now. So we can do snack time. Oh, yeah. I know. That's one of Aaron's favorite things to watch is snack time. So I wanted to wait. And I did. I was about to just do the snacks, Aaron. I wasn't sure if I should wait for you. I knew you'd be here, but I didn't want to make the doggos wait for their snacks. Come around here. Come around, buddy. There you go, girly. Yeah. Annie waiting patiently. Annie waiting patiently. Should we give one to Zuma? Come here, Zoom. You get yours. Because Annie sucks hers down, doesn't she? Doesn't she, Kins? You gonna get yours? Pretty girl? There you go. Of course, they've all decided different corners of the camera is where they want to eat their snacks. And just a reminder of those watching, you see this light here? Green light means I'm available to chat. Red light means I'm AFK. Zuma, stop it. This is why I give Letty her treat first. Because they've both finished theirs to completion, and you see Letty's only halfway through hers. They'll be over there to try to steal that. You watch. Look, she's still got chunks of hers. There they go. Zuma. No crumb will go unfinished. Oh, freaking turd. No crumb unfinished. It's blasphemous to leave crumbs out. You know that? I know it looks like the camera angle's like at the floor, but since it's above the dogs, I feel like that's, it's sliding out of the holder here. My phone's about to topple over and going to the floor. All right, I think I'll fix that. I fixed it. Okay. But yeah, the dogs are short and the camera is tall, so typically I'll put the camera above them and point it down at the floor so you can see as much of them as possible. Tighten down this thing. You know, the phone almost fell out of the mount there, guys. Really, Annie? Just enough to see your toes. We know you're there. But it's only enough to see your toes. Spin. I'm sorry if that's loud, you guys. What a turd. Freaking turd. I think it's time for more coffee. Yes. Yes, indeed. More coffee. The lifeblood of adults. The evil but necessary caffeine. I must have it. That's how the demon in my brain sounds when it's time to get some caffeine. I must have the caffeine. Give it to me now. I'm thinking about putting him into a metal band and giving him a guitar. That demon in my head. I think he'd make a great rock star. Good vocalist. We'll make the songs family friendly, you know? The Dangers of Caffeine Addiction by the demon in my head. And it'll just be like him. Oh, give me caffeine, give me caffeine, give me caffeine. It'll be a headbanger, but it'll be a public service announcement also by the demon in my head on caffeine addiction. I know it sounds like a silly thing, right? Caffeine addiction. That sounds silly, right? But it's absolutely true. Like, I will get headaches if I don't have enough coffee through the day or caffeinated beverages. Excuse me. I don't think I've had a single day without caffeine for years. So it's been consistently a daily thing that my brain has accepted and needs to have at this point. Like, if I don't consume caffeine within the first 2 hours of waking up, like, my brain gets distracted. I don't know really how else to explain it. Like, caffeine's supposed to be an alertness aid. That's the whole point, right? Alertness aid. It's a stimulant. It doesn't affect my body quite like that, specifically, because I could drink a can of Monster and then go to sleep. So for me, it's just a staple in my diet, and so my body is addicted to it physically. And mentally, my brain kind of screams at me if I don't get any. And that demon comes out. I can hear him in my head. You know, I can hear him in my head saying, if you've got $2.50, we can go get a coffee. It doesn't matter if you're late to work, as long as we got our caffeine. Mrs. Space Nut! I hope you didn't miss the snack time. We just did snacks. This one was pretty close up too. I'm not sure if the camera angle was that great because I was leaning over it, but I was handing them to him right here. And I know you're a huge contributor to watch time, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was like maybe 10 minutes ago if you roll it back. Shortly after Aaron came in. I usually do the snacks kind of like a breakfast thing. But since I've learned that it's one of the things you guys look forward to watching while you're here, I try to wait until I at least see you in chat. Naps are good. I like naps. And as I learned recently, these guys take 12 to 14 hours of naps during the day. Which makes sense because they use like 500% of their energy while they're up for the other 80 hours of the day, 8 to 10 hours. I was up late last night. I should not have been up as late as I was. I'm gonna give Miss Space Nut a couple minutes to catch up with watching the dogs get their snacks. Because after she watches, she's gonna have to come back to live, and then whatever conversation we've had, she would have missed. We stole your son. Just a little overcast today. We almost had Brandy. Brandy was gonna come over for a few hours while her mom was yard sealing. And I was like, oh, perfect. Just in time for the live stream. Because, you know, we like to make other dogs famous too. It's not Zuma exclusive. We're dog lovers. Oh, cute Cosmo. So, in order to bribe Brandy from chasing her mom down the street in the car, I gave her like the end piece of one of those milk bones, like the kind of knuckle, I guess I would call it, on the end there. And so she was munching on it when she came in the door. And this little turd right here, this one over here hiding in the comments, does what she usually does and guards potential pets. So she likes to do this thing where if there's another dog coming in the door or another dog coming up the stairs, she'll like to give them shit on the way in the door. And so the two of them got into this little scuffle where they bumped chests with each other. They definitely enjoyed this night, for sure. So they like bumped chests with each other. I didn't even see either one of them biting each other. Like literally all that was a pissing match between the two of them. Brandy was like, I'm coming inside, and Annie was like, get past me, bitch. Like, so they like bumped chests. And in the meantime, I wasn't sure if they were going to be like biting each other or not. You know, they got into a little disagreement at the door because Annie's a turd. And so I got injured. I got myself a little. Let me see that there. A little scuffle scrape. What weird shadows. I think that was a light bar. Either I have a very uneven tan or that was a weird shadow. But yeah, I got myself a little scrape. A little scrapey scrape. So from a little scuffle. A doggo scuffle. Which I don't mind. I would have taken much larger injury to make sure the dogs stay safe. Is Letty smaller than the other two? So kind of. These other two are built like a brick house, but they're around the same size as Letty. And so Letty's not built like a brick house. She just got a wide butt. Everything else about her is petite. So Zuma's around 60 pounds, Annie's around 60 pounds, but Letty's only around 45 to 50 pounds. If that helps make sense. Her hair is, her head is not quite as square and broad as Zuma's or Annie's. Her shoulders are not quite as broad as Annie's or Zuma's. But she got that badonkadonk. That doggy donkadonk. Yeah, they're all roughly the same size, but as far as body structure goes, yeah, Letty's smaller. Proportionally, they're all basically the same size. But like I said, her head's not quite as wide, and her shoulders aren't quite as wide. They all got that big old donkadonk, though. That booty. I think she got that pit bull booty. That's why it's wide. Doggy donkadonk. Yeah, exactly. I think they also call it the bootylicious bubble butt, right? That's another phrase for it. Bootylicious bubble butt. There was a company for a while putting the word juicy on bubble butts, if I remember correctly. Like, I know it was the brand name, right? But it still made me feel weird to see somebody wearing clothing where juicy was written on their bubble butt pants. Like, I don't know. I was up pretty late last night. They've been anxiously anticipating the arrival of Mama and Kiddo to come back from their destination. I showed some pictures earlier of what that place would look like. I got a video of him coming down the slide. I didn't show the video of his face, but I did show the water slide. I'll bring that up and show it to you guys again, so you can see some of the fun he's having there. So this is the park. This is a video that was sent to me. And there he is, enjoying the water slide. He's gonna come on down it. Zooming in. And there he is. So before we get to zoom on in on face and stuff like that, you get to see him come down the water slide. He's definitely enjoying it, but we had a video call yesterday where I had to ask him, and I quote, "Should Daddy go to the gas station and put gas in his car? Drive down there and come pick you up?" I had to ask him that last night. So they're having a good time, kinda. he's being a 5-year-old. So that's how they act. And sometimes they're terrors and you don't want anything to do with them. You just want to be somewhere else. So even though the destination is quite the distance away, I think the threat of showing up made the impact that I was hoping it did. Of course, you know that if I call him and say Daddy's going to put gas in the car and come pick you up, it doesn't matter if the journey is 15 minutes, 5 minutes, or 6 hours. Daddy's going to have to get in the car and make that happen, right? That's just who I am. So, if I tell you as my child, as the spawn of my loin, I'm going to get in this car. I'm going to your location. I'm going to pick you up, child, and we're coming back home. And in the meantime, we're going to have a chat. In my sternest dad voice, you bet your ass I'm coming. I'm going to pick you up, and we're coming back home. That's one thing I will not waver from. You know, I will do what I say I will do when I tell my kiddo I'm going to do it. He's stayed away overnight before. And it's been okay. we like to do it in small increments. Excuse me. So that it doesn't, like if he doesn't like it, that kind of thing. So he's had overnights at other kiddos' houses before. He's had overnights, with his cousin or like friends he goes to school with, kind of thing. Close family, friends, and relatives who have kids around his age. Not like with random strangers just staying over their house. Let's make that clear. And I'm pretty damn strict about like knowing these people and having met these people and familiar with these people before I let him spend any kind of time with them without me, you know? So, but he's had a few overnights, his Grammy likes to take him to camp once in a while. So, being away from us has never been traumatic. And that was the idea with letting him do these things without us. There was daycare involved before there was school, and before there was school, we had close family friends would watch him during the day. Always had kids of their own around the same age, so. Nice. Whoop whoop. Mini nut's gonna be 12. Going on 40. Hey, I was the same way though. I was exactly like that. People would say, geez, he's 10 or 11. But he talks to us like he's 25, 30 years old. What the? You, Mr. Sir, should not have the wisdom that you do at your age, is what they would tell me. They would say, you are too smart for your age. But I wasn't the troublemaker kid. I was the introvert people watcher who enjoyed company of 5 or less. And I am still that guy. That has not changed out of me. Sometimes I feel like I'm 15. Like my brain, my brain still feels 15 sometimes. It's like adulting sucks. So, I've always been the introvert, but like I've shared before, I'm adopted. So, growing up, I didn't have the same kind of upbringing as other kids. And being in the system, if you're going to spend the night at another kid's house, those people, or if you're going to spend any kind of time unsupervised by your guardian at somebody else's supervision, those people would need to be background checked and fingerprinted. So that's like traumatic for your foster parent to ask another parent, right? Like, hey, I don't mind if my kid hangs out with your kid, but if I'm not going to be there, I need to get a background check and fingerprint from you. Like, what? Wild, right? So it made it difficult for me to make friends, even though I was already an introvert as a kid. Socially, I'm a little bit more better. I'm a little bit better, more experienced at this point, so I can kind of deal with it. You know, I've had to deal with it. I need to know what the triggers are and, you know, how to soothe. But at almost 40 years old, I figured it out. But you know, Aaron, it's being the property of the state, guardianship by the government. The hardest part, looking back on it, I'm going to try to say this. I'm going to try to word this as appropriately as I can. Looking back on it, I didn't know it was happening. Nobody told me as a child, you can't stay overnight at that friend's house, because we made their parents very uncomfortable by asking for a background check, and they said no. Nobody told me that. I didn't know whether or not, I have no idea to this day how many times background checks were asked for and denied. I just remember only one time, while being a ward of the state, as we say, one time having an overnight with a friend. Outside of that, I don't remember. So, and I was never told either. So it's something kind of, I was just ignorant to it growing up, didn't know, and found out as an adult that that's what was happening. And I'm like, oh, makes sense. Kind of, I couldn't make friends because the government's a fucked up place. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. That 2 and 2 adds up to 4. You know? It was not something that I came to realize until I was an adult and was like, wow, that's how I was being treated as a kid. Okay. Okay. You know, same thing with, you know, other, you know, how I got consequences as a kid, and, you know, what punishments were and what rewards were, you know, those kind of things. I didn't understand which one of those was right and wrong until I was an adult. And then I'm like, okay, so that was okay, but that other thing wasn't okay. Like, I don't know, it was a different era. You know, I grew up in that kind of, um why are you crying? Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. And I was the boy amongst 2 sisters and 3 nieces. And I say nieces because, like, my family was kind of screwed up, so I have a half brother that's much older than me. Like, I think he's going into his 60s at this point, and I'll be 37 this year. So, you know, I was around 5 female kids growing up, and I was the only boy. So what happens when something breaks? Right? It can't be princess. It can't be princess number 2. There's no way it was princess number 3. Princess number 4 denied it, and princess number 5 is too young. It had to be Chris. So the boy got in trouble. And sometimes the punishment was not appropriate. JD! We're just talking about our childhood. You know? But yeah, I didn't know that those things were happening as a kid, and I didn't know till I was an adult the things that happened, which events were appropriate and which events were excessive. But I can't say that I've let it bother me going forward. One of my favorite phrases is onward and forward. Because what else is there? You guys are that. You guys are the world that's onward and forward right now. I've had many other things fit that category. Let's check the poll. What does the poll say? Ooh. Bring back the AI tiger, still gotta vote. You guys are so damn funny. Oh yeah. But it's not something I was made aware of. I was just a dysfunctional child. That's the best way I can put it, Aaron. I was just a dysfunctional child. I was the weird kid. You know, I was the kid that was an angel for my teacher, but the devil for any substitute. Like, if you weren't my everyday teacher, I was on top of the desk. I was yelling at you. I was telling you to go fuck yourself. Like, I remember being carried off by the principal over his shoulder in the first grade, right? I remember it very specifically. And I remember the profanities that I screamed at him down the hallway. As a first grader. You're like, what? 7, 8 years old as a first grader? I think end live and bring back the AI tiger. I'm surprised got votes. But you guys are funny. 38% tied up for car ride and stay inside. You drawing Annie now? Don't forget those eyeball looking spots on her freaking face. Those, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's on the tip of my tongue. It's the word that means when you see it, you recognize it for typical Rottweiler. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember the word right now. The easily recognizable marks that make you immediately understand what it means. Distinguishable. Is that the word I'm looking for here? Don't forget the distinguishable marks on her head that look like eyeballs. I think it's a defensive thing. Or right above her head, she's got those 2 tan spots. Right above her eyeballs. They're like false eyes. It's kind of like when a frog or a butterfly have interesting marks on their body. It's so predators are attacking the wrong spot, right? Right. So butterflies will have these big old eyeball looking spots on there. And it's a genetic thing that's developed over time through adaptation because the butterflies that didn't have big old eyeball wings got eaten and didn't survive. So their genetics didn't get passed on. That's how that works. So the eyeball butterflies, their genetics got passed on because they were able to scare more predators away. So that's how Darwin works. That's how Darwinism works. The genes that survive get passed on because the ones that don't survive are the ones that are getting eaten. For those of you that don't understand how Darwinism works, this is one very, very good example of Darwinism, is the butterflies that have the eyeball wings and butterflies that don't have eyeball wings, right? So over the years, the butterflies that don't have the eyeball wings have been getting eaten by more predators because the eyeball wings scare away some predators. Not all of them, some of them. So the genes survive and get passed on through the years. Darwinism is the theory that the strong survive and the weak get eaten based on the food chain. So yeah, in a similar fashion, you know, that's how some frogs have developed having venomous skin, right? There's frogs out there that produce venom as like sweat. They sweat venom. And it's so they don't get eaten.
Lunch hour is officially over.
Lunch hour is officially over. If you came out here on your lunch, thank you, thank you, thank you. You got to go back to work though. But yeah, so speaking of eating stuff, lunch. The frogs that had poisonous sweat didn't get eaten, so their genes got to get passed on. Number eating. She did. You hide butterflies wherever you go? What do you mean you hide butterflies? Like, you hide like origami butterflies? Oh, so you've got butterflies hanging like all over the house, like little picture frames and things like that. That's cute. Aw, you guys are adorable. I'm surprised the dog stayed in the shot this time. Like Annie's half in the shot down here in the comments. But these other two stayed within focus. I didn't have to move the camera. I think I jinxed it, but you know. You're right. It is. I remember that now that you're saying it. I remember seeing it and being like, who the hell is Hidden Butterfly? How are they number 3 or number 2 or whatever it was that day? Yes, yes, yes. You're right. You're right. It's not hidden. You're endo. Yeah. You're right. That rings a harder bell. I think it was the butterfly ringing the bell before. What an odd thing to say. I just got this vision in my head of a butterfly coming up and being like, ding dong, on my doorbell. soon enough here, it will be time for me to consume my other terrible addiction.
Nicotine.
It's one of those other things that my brain yells at me and insists that I have within the first 2 hours of waking up. Usually sooner than that, though, if I'm being honest. I try to hold out so that I don't have to abandon you guys. At least I don't have to abandon you verbally. Wow, what an interesting spin on that word too. It sounds like a metal phrase, like verbal abandonment. Oh, that's cute. I like it. Like get little butterfly stickers and just, when you buy them a vacuum, you open up the vacuum before they get a chance to look at it, and you stick a butterfly sticker right on that sucker. So once it's open and out of the package, it's already got one. I love it. I know that's not a sentimental gift. A vacuum wouldn't be a sentimental gift, but that's the idea that popped in my head when you said you put it on gifts for them. Don't let them choose. It doesn't need to say Swiffer. It doesn't need to say, Bissell. It can say butterfly. Hey, I opened up a cleaning product similar to one of those things one time, and I found 1,000 yen. It's kind of cool because I'm into the collecting foreign money. So finding some foreign money inside like a little cleaning vacuum thing. Like it had to have been a gift return, and some Chinese lady was like, "Oh yeah, let me buy this for so and so, and I'll throw 1,000 yen in the box, so when they open it, they'll be super surprised and really happy about it." And then those people never opened it up; they just returned it to the store. So I opened it when we got it home, and there was 1,000 yen inside. I bet you it was like a wedding present, from like a mother-in-law. That's what I kind of feel like that was, like a wedding present from a mother-in-law, and the daughter-in-law was like, "Fuck this bitch. She got me a vacuum. I'm returning this shit and getting store credit." So she did, and then I got that 1,000 yen that was inside the box. So there you go. There's a lesson for you guys, right? If you get gifts from your family, just use them. Pretend that they accidentally broke. Just use them. Come on now. Or like a birthday present from a mom to a daughter, right? Mom put 1,000 yen inside the package so that when the daughter opened it up, she'd have some cash. Like a college, good luck on college. Here's a little vacuum for your dorm room or your apartment. And like the chick just brought it back to the store and returned it. That was my 1,000 yen. I got 1,000 yen. Woo woo. Finders keepers, baby. That's what you get for not opening your gifts. Somebody's gonna see this story one day online and be like, "Son of a bitch, that was my 1,000 yen." Finders keepers, sucker. That's what you get for not opening your mother-in-law's gift. Mine now. That's what you get for not opening your mom's gift. It's mine now. And I split it with my son's mother. I was with her at the time, and I forget where the gift came. I think it was a gift to us, too. But we don't know anybody. It was 1,000 yen. Gonna wait for it to jam out? No, we're not gonna wait for it to jam out? Come on! Sorry, guys. Probably blew out your eardrums. Some people don't even wait for the dancey part. There's like a cool hardstyle beat that comes on after that whole thing. Well, if you were sleeping in this stream, you're not anymore. Because that damn well woke you up. Look at how long Zuma is. Holy moly. She's just like full on stretched out right now. What's the poll say? Because we're definitely there. We're tied up. Still makes me laugh. Somebody said bring back the AI tiger. I threw it in there just for shits and giggles. And I'm definitely getting giggles out of it. But if you're curious, Arian, somebody still wants you to bring back the AI tiger. So, positive results. See, I am going to go consume my air in a nicotine capacity with a cancer stick, and then maybe rejoin audio from the other side of the house. Mini nut, gaming. What's up, man? How are ya? Good to see you popping in. All right. I haven't abandoned you guys. I am here. I'm just going to be stepping into the other room. The missus does not like the tobacco smoke in these rooms. So I try not to piss her off when I can help it. Oh, taking this with me. So I'm just going to be in the other room. I've got you guys on the phone. I can respond to chat. You guys probably want to go outside too, right? Yeah. Oops, sorry. spin you around. Let's just see these guys. Oops. I'm zoomed in maybe a little too much there. Yep. Letty got that bandana when she got her hair done. Once or twice a year, Daniel will take her to get a haircut. Do a little bit of cleanup outside. Came in to refuel the coffee. Tay, what's up, Bob? How's it going, guys? Ghost Spell is back. Ghost Spell. Oh, you're gonna make the video? Okay, Cosmo, we'll be here. But yeah, Letty got her bandana when she got her haircut recently. So you should have noticed it. Cool. My phone's probably got the notification. It's sitting over there. Like I said, I'm bouncing in and out right now. The missus and the kiddo are coming home today, so I kind of want to clean up the outside and some of the inside of the house where it looks lived in, and the missus is going to give me some heat for it. You know, when you're a bachelor, you live different than when you've got a missus at home. So I got to make sure the bachelor gets packed away. Oh no, he did Danny and Penn. Oh yes, hi Ladybug. Your mom is coming home today at some point, so you can be excited for that. Since they're going to be back and forth while I'm cleaning up outside, letting the votes roll in for this, I'll just leave this camera angle here so you guys can see them, because they're going to be in and out. Every time they hear a noise, they get up, right? And this is where they go when they hear a noise. So hopefully Annie doesn't jump the fence, and I'll be outside with my phone. I'm just doing some cleaning up outside. I hear you out there making sure the whole neighborhood is safe. I hear you out there. Yeah. The little zooey. Alright, so I needed a little bit of break here from the outdoors. Oh, moving around too much. Kiddo's got too much stuff. He's got too much stuff. For sure. Let me, button on that there. Whew. I'll turn that fan off for a moment so you guys can actually hear me. If I shut that door, I can spin you guys too, so you can see the doggos. Oh. Let me see. Will it let me just spin you without giving me a crap? Maybe. There we are. Keep going over that way. We got all three of them there. All right. Whew, I'm sweating. I see you guys are sweating too. You know what this means? This means that we have to put the AC on. So I'm gonna have to run out and do that. But before I do that, let me catch up. Make sure I'm subscribed to everybody that came in. For any unseen reasons, we might lose the live stream. Let's see, Bob Gregory. Let's go to your channel, Bob, and subscribe to you. Thanks for coming in and chatting, Bob. Bob. Not sure if you're still here, Bob, but thanks for being in here. Appreciate you being in here. Let's see, Nistan. Nistan said hi. Nistan pushed the hi button. So let's say hello to Nistan and give him a subscribe. Hello, Nistan. I'm sorry I was AFK at the moment. I was outside cleaning up stuff. Let's see, Layla's back. We've seen Layla before. Double check, yep. We're subscribed to Layla. Thanks for coming back, Layla. We love seeing returning viewers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't we, girlies? Don't we? Yeah. Let me just tilt over here so you can actually see these lounge masters. You wait for it though. It might be like 30 seconds, but they'll move. They'll get off camera. Just because I put them on there. Let's see, Führer Zaber. I think that's how you pronounce it. Let's see, Führer Zaber. Viewer Zaber with the 2 videos. Starts with an F. Subscribe to you. Thanks for coming to the chat and chatting. If you delete your message though, I'm not going to subscribe to you. Don't come in here, say hi, and then delete it. That's silly. 27 votes. Holy. What do the people want? The people want to go for a car ride. See, the poll's been up for 2 hours. Should we see if it gets to 50 votes, or should we just pull the trigger on car ride and go get the car cooled down from sitting in the morning sun? In the afternoon, my parking spot has some shade, but in the morning it catches all the sun. I just thought, you know, it was time to come inside, get into the shade, and get some herbal infusement via vegan air. Vegan air sounds kind of like an airliner, like a jet, doesn't it? Vegan air. I breathe vegan air on the regular. It's 100% herbal and 100% natural. No preservatives. No dyes. Aban! Aban Modi is back! Aban! Welcome back. Welcome back. I know I'm already subscribed to you. I've seen that name before. I remember you. You came in here and said hello before. Hello, hello. I know the light is red over here because we're outside of our normal time. I could be AFK at the moment. I was AFK. I was outside kind of cleaning up stuff that had blown around, skimming off the top of the pool, getting the water filter turned on. The kiddo and the missus are going to be coming home soon, so I know the first thing she's going to want to do is sweep. Not going to lie. I don't know why, but she loves to sweep. That's her thing. She likes to sweep when she's anxious. She likes to sweep when she's feeling busy, or like she'll do that before she sits down in the afternoon. She'll like come home and like, I guess some people are like that. You get home, you just can't relax until you feel like you've made your surroundings neat and tidy. I have a hard time starting new tasks unless my surroundings are neat and tidy. I have no problem leaving my surroundings not so neat and tidy as long as I don't have to start something new. If I have to start something new, it kind of bothers the train of thought if my surroundings aren't tidy. But in my workplace, I usually tidy up at the end of each shift. You know, that's the idea. One of the things that really stuck with me when being taught the electrical field is that electricians are like magicians, right? You show up, you do your work, and you leave at the end of the day. And when people come to and see your work, they don't even know you were there. And it's like magic to them. They're like, one day there was not light in that spot, and it was a dark corner. And the next day, there's tons of light in that spot, and it's no longer dark. Electricians are supposed to be like magicians. You just come in, you do the thing, and then you leave. And when people come back to see your work, they're like, when did that get there? How long's that been there? Like, I'll do little electrical projects sometimes around the house. And I swear if I didn't tell Dana that I did the project, she would just not even know it happened. Oh, Annie's got a view of herself on the TV. Oh, Annie's seeing herself on the TV. And Letty, of course, has gone off camera. Yeah, she went and hung out by the door. All right, give me a few minutes. Second here. I'm going to go move the car close to the house so there's no confusion about where they're supposed to go when they go outside. I'm going to start it and get the AC running on it so they're not going to be hot when they're in the car. And brake. Annie, leave the TV alone. Don't you worry about yourself on that TV. Don't you worry about yourself on that TV. No, you leave it.
Annie, leave it. Thank you. All right. First things first is Zooey. We'll get your colors on and your jingle bells. There you go. Let's see. Of course, they've all abandoned their spots on camera, right? I jump scared you? Well, poof! Alright, what are we going on here? So, we have the car is ready, the pool is running, the filter's going, I skimmed off the top of it, I cleaned up around the yard, I collected all the burned cardboard so we could do a bonfire tonight or something. So we're good to go. Leave the homestead for a moment. I'll double check, make sure I didn't leave any dishes in the sink. You know what I mean? What to do after 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's see. 39% votes for Stay Live car ride 3 hours ago. Not bad, you guys. Not bad. I appreciate all you guys who voted. It looks like that's the trigger we're going to pull. We're going to be getting in the car. And let's make it official by ending the poll. There it is. You can see the results for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Tiny the Tiger got the least amount of votes, but still in the running. So that's good news, right, Aaron? Soon enough, we're gonna have Zuma, the AI doggo, answering questions. Right? That's the fantasy. No one here likes the tiger. The Tiny is very cute. Tiny is very cute. But here, people come here and they expect to see Zuma, they expect to see Annie. So when they see a tiger, they're like, what the fuck is this shit? I did enjoy the experience, though. I did enjoy the experience. I just think next time we have Tiny appear on the show, we should have it split screen so we can also see the doggos. I think we kind of planned that last minute and then kind of went with the flow that day. And if we had had more planning about it, we would have already figured that out. But anyway, let me get this one, Little Miss Orange and Jingles over there in the car, and I'll transfer with you guys. Put the magnetic piece in there. Move this around. Yeah, it was last minute, but I liked it. I liked the experience, and obviously I'm not the only one because the votes have spoken, and the people have said their piece, their word, their 2 cents. Majority says we go for a ride, though, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do a couple at a time, right? We're gonna do the doggo Zuma first, and we'll start you guys up with camera in there. But I'm gonna shut down the feed for video while we head out there. She's already got her stuff on, so we'll just go straight out there, and I'll put you guys on the mount. I haven't moved the mount yet, and I haven't fixed the air conditioning buzz, so forgive me. But here we go. All right, come on, Zoo.
screws on the mount. And turn the camera on. To turn you guys around so you can see the zooey. Of course, we'll tighten this down so it doesn't move on us. Right. There we are. We'll put the rest of the doggos in here in a sec. Back up. We're gonna do another snack time. Yeah. All right. Ladybug gets one. Go ahead, Ladybug. That's your snack. Go ahead. For you. Here you go. One for Annie. Annie. I've got yours. There you go. One for Zena. There you go. Go ahead, Ladybug. That one's yours. I'm so gentle. You sweet girl. You're so gentle. Stick around for a minute. I got a few more things to grab I left on the porch. Annie, stop it. Annie, stop it. Really, Annie? You're so mean to your sister. Yeah, I think it's back. I lost some people though. Sorry guys. I didn't realize it went. I've got to switch it, but I'm not far from the house, so it shouldn't have had too much issue. But apparently this phone is not happy about being this far. So I'll switch it right now. I just got to go grab my phone, turn the hotspot on so we can go. Oh, technology. Frustrating sometimes, alright? Thanks for coming back, guys. Thank you. Let me see if I can do this without managing to lose all of you. Swipes. Forgot that I could speak. My brain just assumed it was still spinning. Yeah, that was weird. It was, I don't know, I switched the Wi-Fi over before I tried handling anything on the YouTube side. So the Wi-Fi is switched. And then I opened up YouTube, which apparently crashed. And then I told it, little plus button at the bottom, that I wanted to go live, and it's like, hey, do you want to resume your live? And I'm like, I guess I do. Yes. So here we are. And I guess whatever happened, you guys all missed the snacks. Oh, that head joke. You're such a goof. was it? What? You getting that close up? Yeah. You got that eye boogie though. Can I get that eye boogie? I don't see anything but leaves. Can I get that eye boogie? Huh? You guys see that eye boogie she's got going on? Julie, let me get it. Come here. Let me get the eye boogie. There it is. Let me get it. Oh, I know you love your face scratches. But that eye boogie was gonna bother me. You hella fuzz in the corner of your eye. Yeah. Some sleeping fuzz. Yeah. Get this other phone connected so I can actually read comments when I'm looking at them. What did I do with that one charger? You have the one charger. Look plug. Plug. Somebody found the water. Yeah. I put fresh water in there today for you guys. Forget it. I thought I threw it in my back pocket. Little charger. It's supposed to be for my phone. There it is. Found it. Ready, we'll get this plugged in. It was indeed doing funny things. Nope, I think the stream was doing funny things. It was having trouble connecting to the house, even though we're plenty close. And then I connected it to the phone, and I don't know, it gave me the restart screen. And it didn't restart. It just crashed YouTube and then gave me the restart screen. And then the phone closed out to lock. So I unlocked the phone and I switched the Wi-Fi to the mobile hotspot so we can get on the move. And then I restarted YouTube and it asked me if I wanted to resume. So here we are. We're back again. Be on our way here in a sec. Just making myself comfortable on the seat. Moving these things that don't need to be in front of my face. You're okay. I just don't need that in front of my face. Or that. Do we do a little bit of work? Yes. Bontilao? that how you pronounce that? Watch your ears. Got them in the car. We haven't started moving yet. We're still on the driveway because it takes me 10 years to get moving anywhere. It's the transitional process for me. I'm not really a fan of the public, so the social aspect I have a lot of hesitation towards. Talking to you guys is great. I have 100% control at all times whether or not the conversation is going to end, or whether I'm part of it, or how the conversation goes. In public, you don't have that kind of control. Sometimes you just got to roll with the flow. My brain doesn't like it. So, we got you guys. I'm an introvert, as they say. You know, groups of 5 or less, I'm alright. Any more than that, my brain is like, just go stand in the corner over there and people watch. You don't need to be part of any of these conversations. That's Zuma's phone. We're streaming live right now on Zuma Kissed Me, her mobile device. And it was given to us by Aaron, another space nut. So another big shout out to that. We've been using that since we got it. Unless we're really on the go, we'll use Zuma's phone to live stream. We're always using Zuma's phone. So if you're feeling grateful to be able to live stream and see the doggos whenever you want, subscribe to another space nut. He's at The Real ASN is the handle there if you're looking for it. I know he's not looking for any kind of fame, most likely, but I think he deserves recognition for helping me out. You know, otherwise I would have only had one device available, camera. Yeah, watch where you're going, lady. Don't give me the stink eye. I beeped at a lady and she gave me the stink eye, y'all. Y'all. Alright. This time of day I gotta park on this side of the pumps. So, me and the Zoo, we're gonna go inside and purchase me a beverage. See, if you guys are subscribed to Zuma Kissed Me, you might be able to see us go live and go into the stores sometimes. But because she doesn't have enough subscribers, you guys won't get to see the experience that we're about to have. You gotta subscribe to @Zuma Kissed Me. Oh, there she is. Alright, we'll be back in a flash. officially Ken's. And we're back. I'm in the United States. We're in Maine. New England, northern New England, if you will. If you're familiar with Maine, we are an hour from Bangor, an hour north from Bangor, 2 hours north of Ellsworth, and I think it's like 4 or 5 hours north of Portland. So there's that. Yeah, shade here. Park here for a sec. I'll make me a cigarette. We didn't lose you guys, did we? Good, right? Some nice close-ups on these bad boys. Bad girls, bad chickens. You're a bad chicken? Yeah, you a bad chicken? They're looking at me like, is that something to eat, Dad? No, it's tobacco. You want to sniff it? You smell? You smell? Yeah, you don't want that. I always want to know what I'm having. Is that something we can eat too, Dad? It's like, no, you little turd. Can't have any of this. You know, the other day, I was live, but I had the sound off, or I had the mute plug, as I refer to it. This thing I call the mute plug. I just put it in the bottom of the phone, and then it mutes all sound coming out, it mutes all sound coming into the mic. But I had made myself some waffles in the air fryer. Some of those like instant frozen waffles in the air fryer. And I put some peanut butter on them. And me and my son had a beautiful moment where we shared him trying that, because that was a new thing for him to eat. And then we decided that the dogs needed a snack too, because we were having a snack. So we both went out to the parlor to go get them little milk bones, and while we were gone, this one finished what was left of the waffles and peanut butter behind our back. Yeah, look at her. She looks guilty, doesn't she? She's like, I remember waffles and peanut butter. Freaking turd. We love our air fryer. We love it. It is so awesome. I cook damn near everything in it. What do you mean don't? It's just hot air and a carbon footprint for pollution. Cigarette rolls. Get on the move here again. Hey, are you still in here, Aeronautics? How about you? What country do you live in? Are the black doggies amazing? She is super cute, isn't she? She's so dramatic. She's so dramatic. Like she's always putting on some kind of grumble towards the other dogs because she's guarding attention or something. She guards all of the things. If it's a toy she's enjoying, nobody else gets to play with it while Annie's got it. If it's a snack, nobody gets to enjoy their snack because Annie wants a piece of it. If it's pets, Annie wants a piece of those pets, and she wants more than everybody else is gonna get. And so, like, if she knows she's in trouble and you go to, like, stop her from running away by grabbing her body, she'll, like, cry out like you've just taken, like, a baseball bat to her, you know, like, wince in pain and cry out, like a squealing pig type cry out. Very dramatic, very dramatic. And all you're doing is, like, grabbing hold of her hips so she doesn't run away, you know? I do that once in a while for Zuma, too. Stop her from trying to go say hi to people she shouldn't be doing. And, like, you know, I just grab hold of her by her hips. And kind of like, hey, don't, you know, or in front of her, you know, by her chest area. And she's so dramatic about it. She just squeals like a little pig. I see that there's some chats coming in here. Just give me a second to get parked and I'll read them. I had read the other one while we were already parked, or it was a stop sign, I forget which. I've driven this way so many different times in the past, over the years, that I kind of forget that I'm driving when I do the... I just forget which part of it I'm on. You ever do that? You drive somewhere so often, but sometimes you get there and you're like, wait, I don't remember driving here because it's so automatic. They might have trimmed some of the trees here. We still might be in the sun, so we might have to move. I do like to watch the action happening. Alright, let's see. Oh, Pakistan. Cool. That's alright. Yeah. The new weight loss thing, right? Cigarettes in the 50s. I don't know. I think if I had to weigh air fryer versus microwave, I think the microwave is less healthy, isn't it? Uh-oh, we got a message retracted. Il fama duru. The microwave is healthier. Is that because it gets in at a molecular level and breaks apart the water molecules, or what? I can't imagine that something at a molecular level is breaking water molecules down isn't also affecting the food. But that's how I cook most of my food, the microwave and the air fryer. So I'm probably eating the most unhealthy, just like every other American enjoying their life. And these two things here, they're no good for you. So, indulging in both at the same time. My caffeine and my nicotine. Ain't nobody got time for that. I appreciate it, Miss Space Knight. But our choices have been because we just don't have either the patience to do it that way, even though usually it comes out a lot better. We've got a slow cooker, but not the steamer. Sometimes we do the crock pot thing. But the air fryer is so much faster. It's so much faster. So frozen, pre-made garlic bread. 4 minutes on one side, flip it, 3 minutes on the other side. Perfect. That's how the air fryer works. It's 7 minutes. It tells you on the package that the oven would take 12. You can't make crispy fried external stuff with the slow cooker though. Everything becomes juicy and has all the moisture still in it. Yep, it's American food. No, my missus makes me slow cook meals a lot, actually. She likes to use the slow cooker. When I'm cooking for myself, it's the air fryer, the microwave. Once in a while, it'll be stir fry on stovetop, or in one of those. We've got a plug-in stir fry dish. That's usually what I'll do it in. Should we try to get a better shot of Letty over here? I don't know. Letty's like, we are at the park. We're parked at the park, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can't get a better view of Letty just hanging out the window here. There she is. She doesn't want to stay where I put it. There it goes. Okay. The better view of Letty. If she gets any closer, we'll actually be there. See, we can see her. We just put the sensor in a little bit. There's so much glare on this phone, I have a hard time seeing it. We'll slide this over just a hair so we can get that rearview mirror out of the shot. Degrees. 400 degrees though, right? Can bacteria survive at 400 degrees for 7 minutes? Oh, I know you guys are foodies. I know. That's one of my favorite things about you, though. We get to talk food. It always makes me hungry and I end up eating. And sometimes I forget to do that, so I like to talk food. And we like to watch those food cooking shows too. There's the one you may or may not have heard about. It's called Next Level Chef. And so these chefs compete. And when they compete against each other, the teams are on different levels of this building that's been made for the show, and on each different level is different quality kitchens. So on the top level is the best quality with the highest technology and all that, and the middle is like, middle ground, and at the bottom it's like the garbage stuff. The pans are bent, some of them don't have handles, there's melted utensils, and like, half the burners don't work on the stoves and shit. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like we've just been doing it for so long our body can just handle it. Or is the harm supposed to be like a long-term thing? I'd have to do some research, but we love our air fryer. I'm sorry. It's fast, it's simple. The food comes out the way we want and expect it to. The car has started rattling. How about that? I'll look into it and we'll see about it. Maybe as we expand on our growing child, the wonders of food, that we'll be able to expand also on the health and which way we eat the food. But most of the stuff we're eating is processed anyway. So how much better would it be if it was cooked properly? And I say most, it's probably like 60%. You know what I wish they would do with American food? Is get rid of the artificial coloring. Can we start there? We have so many natural colors that we can be using. Can we just start with artificial coloring being not a thing anymore? I don't care if the food looks bland. We've got so much digital art, we can make it look cool. But we've got so much artificial coloring, and I think it affects the psyche. Like they've done scientific studies, like red 40 in high concentrations is a neurotoxin. Just think about that word for a second, neurotoxin. Like that's your brain. That's your brain. Neurotoxin. So how much red 40 do you eat on a regular basis? How many of you actually look to see what's got red 40 in it? And I think they've done links now to, what is it, blue 3? Blue 3, yellow 5. Yeah. Like, our country's bad when it comes to just putting crap in it because it makes it look good, last longer, taste better. Like, they'll put MSG in it just to make it taste better. They don't care. If it flies off the shelf, it'll fly for a little while until some moms get upset about it. Or another country gets a hold of it. That's where the real upset comes in. When it harms somebody's kid, or another country gets a hold of it. Yeah. Red 40 is in high concentrations of neurotoxin, so it affects children. If you guys didn't know, if you're having trouble with your kids and you're wondering why they have behavior problems, don't go stick them on some kind of amphetamine. Maybe take them off the Red 40. See if that helps. I love so much. Yeah, see, the flavor enhancer is what they call it. In high concentrations, it can make you sick, though, just like anything else. You know, you have to consume in moderation. And I say that knowing that most things that I consume are not in moderation at all. I don't practice what I preach. I'm just going to be upfront about that. That doesn't mean the things that I'm saying aren't true. I understand it, but it's my body. And I feel the same way about your body. It's your body. You know, I don't mind teaching, sharing wisdom, but ultimately it's our individual choice what we consume, right? And we all have different digestive systems. Some of us are just built different. My digestive system seems to be pretty darn strong. I can consume damn near anything. Chillier day out. I'm surprised to see this many people outside of the water. But I guess, you know, kids. You want to fix your ears here? A little tilting head early. Is that ear? Yeah, there you go. Turds. My phone's probably going to yell at me at some point and tell me, stop watching stuff while you're using your phone as a hotspot. Josiah! What's up, Josiah? Tay-Tay? Tay-Tay in the house? What up, Tay-Tay? You're here. You are. I'm present. We're in the car. We had a vote this morning. I think it was 28 votes with 34%, I think it was. I don't know if I can scroll back and see that. Am I able? No, I'm not able to scroll back and see that. I think it was 43%, something like that. Voted to take a car ride. So here we are. She is. I see Tay come in on a daily. She's like, oh no, Pyro's sleeping again. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for coming back. But yeah, we're here in the car and they're enjoying people watching. Lady's like, I don't care, I'm just gonna nap. I think she's chewing on a paw there. She don't care. But these other two, they like watching people, so we like to come here. I like to come here because there's a few Pokestops that are like right here. So it's pretty easy for me to get a few Pokestop things done. And then you guys also get to experience the dogs being here. Do I have a favorite dog? Shh, don't tell him, but yes, Zuma's my favorite. We have a different connection. Me and Zooey go to work. You know, me and Zooey, we have that public access thing that we do where the other dogs don't come with. So we have a different connection than I do with the other dogs. I would say I love them all the same, but Zooey's my favorite. Don't hate me for saying that. Ooh. Hey, what the others don't know won't hurt them, right? They don't speak English. I do have a favorite to say. Yeah. The other two, well, see, she's got the public access, and the other dogs don't. So, Letty is my girlfriend's emotional support dog, and then Zuma's my service dog, and then Annie is the house pet. So, I kind of, I'm predisposed to having a favorite just because Zuma's existence and her work. So it's only kind of my fault, but I love them all the same. I really do. We love our dogs. Don't we, Kens? We love all our little turds just the same, don't we? They've all got those eyes that are like... See, Annie's got these eyes that they're dark, and you can't tell. So you're just like, I'm not sure what to think with this dog. Can you please back your face up from my face? Thank you. And then Zuma's got the eyes that just swallow you whole. They just eat your soul in like one bite. And then Letty's got these very soft eyes. Letty's the most gentle out of all of them. She's like this little petite thing. She's like a porcelain teacup, right? You don't break it out. You don't just hand it to anybody. You don't let the kids play with it. It's very nice to look at. It's very pretty, but it's fragile. That's kind of what that's Letty in a nutshell. She's a porcelain teacup. And she's a dog, so she's got that beast in her. But compared to these two, she's that gentle teacup. They're more like your Yeti tumbler, right? Where it can kind of just be dropped a few times, and it's gonna put up with it. Annie's more like that knockoff Yeti tumbler, where it's gonna complain about being dropped, and it's just not gonna do changing temperatures real well. Dana likes to collect cups. She likes to collect tumblers, so I think that was a perfect reference for her. They are still babies. They are. Yeah, Zuma's only just over 2, born in November. Annie's just over 2, born in January. And Letty's an old girl. She's over 6. You're an old lady, Ladybug. You're an old lady. What are you munching on right now? Did you hurt your foot? Huh? You're going ham on that toe right there. What are you doing? Let me see. What's going on with his toe? Are you injured? Huh? Did you get boo-boo? Huh? just going ham on that toe. Full hand. Ready, bud. If you got a buoy, you gotta leave it alone, brother. Okay, it's not gonna heal unless you leave it alone. What's with this Pokemon? Roughly. It's like throwing a ball at it 4 times. Daddy gonna have to get the cone of shame. I don't think we have one. But usually she listens pretty good when you tell her, like, girlie, you gotta stop that. They all look, wait a minute. Yeah, she's alright. Oh, good. I don't know why that ruffling is so hard to catch. Waste the resources. Yeah, if I can, I'll leave it live. If I can't, then I won't. That's usually how that works. Family's supposed to be getting home in a little bit, so I don't know. I've had the house to myself for the last few days, so I've been able to do some pretty long live streams, and I've taken advantage of doing that. So I just left it running, and you guys get to see them kind of on a 24-hour pup cam basis. But if the family is home, then I can't occupy the whole living room all the time. I have to let them use it sometimes. Of course, they moved on you. Watch, I'll move the camera so you guys can see these little sleeping birds, and then they'll move on me. Yeah, I will try. I will try. They like being on the cushions. I mean, understandably so. I'd probably like being on the cushions too. Maybe I'll put the cushion that I had in the way back in there. It kept getting moved around and it was starting to get stinky, so maybe we'll have to get a new dog pillow just for the dog. Put it in the back there. So cute. It's nice when they all just stay on camera. Sometimes they don't. I'm smoking, but the window is cracked. If you guys are wondering. Got the window open for these pups. They are very happy. I think they wore themselves out staring out the window. Kinda. Somebody shut the car door next to us. Put him on high alert. Yeah, I just got a message from them. They're going to be a little bit delayed, more than usual. Thank you. Rocky's Fun Zone back in the building. Rocky's Fun Zone. Rocky's Fun Zone. What's up? Thanks for coming back. I like seeing people come back on the regular. Don't we, Zoo? Yeah. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. outside, huh, Zoo? They were sleeping. Now Zoo is getting her close-up going on. People started opening and shutting doors next to the house. She's very interested in what's happening. Oh, I see what's going on. There's another dog. Somebody's got a little poodle. That's what's happening. Somebody's got a poodle, and she's very much so very interested in that poodle. I don't think they know that the dog's not allowed to be over there. Unless it's a service dog. That's one of the rules of the beach here is dogs on the beach. It's one of the privileges me and Zooey get to do that other dogs don't get to do. So maybe the lifeguard will tell them at some point. Or maybe they know the lifeguard and it's just a one-time thing. But when I first brought Zooey with me to this park, they were very much no pets on the beach. And I said, well, she's not a pet, so that won't apply to us. Thank you very much. And I went right along my way. Tay-tay! Yes, the black dog is called Annie. No, you didn't miss anything. We're still here at the park chilling. They were laying down for a minute, but there's a poodle on site. So Zuma is high alert. Let's see if I can do this. She is high alert on the zoo face here. Oh, stop it. Getting grumbly at a child passing by the car. Really? I don't know what her issue is. She's high alert today. Trying to protect it all. Super high alert today. Like I said, there's a poodle on site. So she's all about trying to eat this poodle if at all possible. I need to spin this here so I can give you a tilt. She wants to eat poodle. And apparently, but she wants to eat poodle. Thank you, Rocky. That's really the case here. It's really what it is. They make my life so much happier. And I want to share that with you guys. That's the plan. With the Zuma Kiss Me brand, that's the plan with the channel here. I want to spread that positivity. I want to share it with people. You know, some people can't have pets. They can't have dogs. You know, they either can't take care of them or, you know, they're not financially able. So this is a great way to have the pet owner experience without really having to have pet responsibility. But I'll tell you, it is indeed a responsibility. Pet ownership is no joke. These guys go through a lot of food, y'all. You gonna tell me something? Go ahead, Tay-Tay. Everyone clear the stage for Tay-Tay. She's gonna tell me something. I can understand that. I'm trying to prepare myself for that before it gets to that point, because I know what the life expectancy is. So when I'm thinking about what I can accomplish with Zuma, I'm thinking, you know, I only have 12 years max. You know, I've got to accomplish this in the next 10 years, or I'll run out of time before Zuma's expired. So, I don't mean that in any kind of unsensitive way, or insensitive way, however you want to put it, because I love Zuma to death. But if Zuma's going to be the face of the brand, and the face doesn't last more than 10 years, you know, you got to do something with that brand in those 10 years in order to make that face stick. So we're going to create a legacy for Zuma. Yeah, Zuma, we'll turn you into AI, we'll put you on stickers with your face, and we'll make you live forever. Zuma's going to leave a legacy on this world. Whether you guys like it or not, you guys can either be a part of it, or you can watch it happen. Zumi gets the zoomies too. She likes playing fetch. But she doesn't like playing by the rules all the time. Like, if I don't have a reward when she brings it back, she's just gonna keep running around with it. Oh yeah, she's famous. She's famous, but she's not world famous yet. She's gonna have a legacy that leaves, you know, people missing her presence in their life and her presence in the life of others. So we're making that, you know, as sad as that kind of is, that's the goal, right? That's the goal for all of us, isn't it? To leave this world better than it was when we got here, because our existence has made it a better place. Isn't that the whole point of human existence? Is to leave the place you existed in a better place for future generations? Some of us, I think, forget that. Like, some of us who don't have kids or single, or, you know, we're too young. We think the world's just going to keep on going and going and going. You gotta forget. We're supposed to leave a legacy. We're supposed to leave a legacy that we can be proud of. It's supposed to be a legacy that our children can be proud of. Not just how much you saved on your water bill, you know, more than that. If we think about our grandparents, like how Or any of us even remotely can we measure up to the way our grandparents lived? Are any of us strong enough to measure up to the way our grandparents lived? Probably not. Probably not. It's just a different age. And they left us with a legacy I don't think we'll ever be able to meet, compare to. You know, those baby boomers. And the generations older than them. Oh, we have. Yeah. I think the humans peaked around 1920. The only thing, the only place to go from here is a higher form of technology. As soon as we figured out how to harness the 0 and the 1 in the form of electricity, we peaked. That was it. That was the peak right there. Now we're just manipulating how that's done. Changing the way that it's done. As soon as we figured out how to make a 0 and a 1 change from one to the other with electricity, we peaked as a society. And I don't think that our mental capacity for intelligence has reached its full potential either. I think our intelligence can certainly get better. But as an existing species, we won't continue to evolve anymore because we have no need to. We have no need to evolve because we can reproduce, and even the stuff that Darwin deems as unfit to survive will continue to carry on because we've evolved so much as a species that we don't need to worry about it. We are the top of the food chain. And we've seen this through the passing of time and in studies, right? Evolution becomes de-evolution over time as the species becomes the top of the food chain and no longer needs to worry about any other predators. They fight amongst themselves, and then there's a level of de-evolution before they become extinct. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fingers crossed that we can all try to be nice to each other and have fun. But I think it's going to take something big that reminds all of us that we need to stick together. So, for instance, let's just hypothetical here, right? We got some aeronautic and outer space nuts in here. Let's say hypothetically there was an alien invasion. Hypothetically, right? I don't want to scare anybody. You know, that already happened once. That radio broadcast, if you remember it, right? So the aliens are not invading, but let's say hypothetically that they did, right? So then it would be an alien species from another planet versus the human existence. And I think at that point, we would set aside our differences because we had a common enemy. But aside from like a cataclysmic event like that happening, humans are going to continue to use violence against one another. And we've got to fight that violence by doing things like the purpose of this channel. Positive mental attitude. I am guilty of getting upset sometimes too. I will try to do my best to stay positive on this channel for you guys. I got pretty upset yesterday. I couldn't get my audio to work properly. I had to end the live stream and start fresh once I had given myself a chance to breathe. Daniel, hi Daniel. That mass being humans, yeah. An intergalactic species would come look at us and be like, nah, they're not even at warp speed yet. They haven't figured out how to travel at light speed, so screw them. We'll see if the next species that comes across... There's a theory out there that the existence of life on Earth started with a meteor. It's interesting, right? She's like, okay, time to be camera shy. Bye. Alright. Bring them all back inside here. Scoot you guys around the rear view mirror. No, it's different than the Big Bang. The theory is that the Big Bang happened, the celestial objects existed, and then a meteor brought life to Earth. So I guess it would be technically a Big Bang, because something crashed into Earth enough to not burn up in the atmosphere and kill all life in it. If it's big enough to insulate whatever's inside, enough not to kill life, but then also that begs the difference, where did that come from? If life was brought here, then where did the life come from? And how come it didn't exist there? And is it just because the conditions on Earth were perfect for whatever bacteria? Theories bring up more questions than answers. In my experience. I think so too. Yeah, I think it's just the world of at one point the existence survived and then it didn't, and then it did. Because before humans learned how to migrate, they would have a hard time keeping themselves surviving, right? The whole thing is just a very fascinating theory. But if the phrase stands, it's that history repeats itself. And that we've seen many, many times. We just tend to do the same thing. But the de-evolution is where I'm concerned. Some people think that autism is an evolution of the brain. I don't know whether or not to believe that or not. But I do know that once a species becomes comfortable enough to procreate without predator, there's a level of de-evolution. They don't need things like wings and venom. They don't need things like pincers and molars to eat trees. Such random topics here. Wow, those numbers dropped off pretty fast though, huh? I was like, geez, the dogs went to sleep. Screw them. Good night. Bye. Yeah, that's why they called it a spectrum, you know. But I think it's our natural DNA trying to evolve into something else. And the more of that DNA that makes it into the reproductive chain of the world's existence, the more likely it is over the next 1,000 years that evolution will help us as a people. So for some people, it's a hyper awareness of certain things. You know, for people like Elon Musk, he's just super smart and, like, you know, that's his thing. He likes to invent. I don't know if it's fact that he's on the spectrum, but I know it's been mentioned before by other people, specifically to me, about him, and I don't know him, so I have no idea. And I don't know his medical history, so I don't know that either. But you know, for some people, it's a benefit. But they have to figure out where that key is, right? As soon as they find that key, what their special interest is, that thing that makes them, you know, makes them a genius in a special topic. As soon as they figure out what that is, they unlock that enlightenment that normal people don't have. You know, they can see things in their mind. It comes to conclusions that we don't. And a lot of times it's seen as a sensory thing. That's really where it's most visible to, like, a public eye, where audio and visual input can be considered as overstimuli. And I think that's because their brain is doing more than a normal person's brain. So that input from the senses is too much. But if you've seen them in action, actively taking part in their special interests, it's almost robotic. It's pretty fascinating to watch. Like, the words that come to mind are meticulous, robotic, like I think the turnoff that most people have when it comes to experiencing individuals with autism is that they don't have the patience to understand. And because they don't understand and they don't have the patience to understand, the person seems weird to them. And of course, we've all got this ingrained through society thought in our head that if you're weird, people don't like you. You know, I don't know where where we learn that? Where did we learn that? Who taught us that if we're weird, people don't like us? I teach my kid all the time that if he's weird, I love it. That I think it's awesome and it's okay to be weird. But there's this like societal norm where you're not allowed to be weird. And I don't know where it started, but I think it's a form of discrimination. It's very subtle, but still, it's still there. You know, that quiet ushering of a mom to her kid not to play with the kid who's weird. Like, that kid's weird. He's digging in the dirt and eating worms. Like, that's a weird kid. Don't play with that kid. The kid's in the dirt eating worms because nobody else is going to play with him. That's why he's being weird. We fly our weird flag high in this house. We love being weird. Eccentric is cool to us. To me, trendy is not so cool. I know the word contradicts how I feel about it, but trendy to me is you just following the masses. Being trendy, that's not cool to me. You know, when you can do something and people like it, and you're not doing it because it's trendy, and it becomes a trend, I think that's cool. You know, like that movie way back when called Pay It Forward. You know, it started out as like a social experiment project at school. And then it turned into like this movement. Right? Normal's boring. Everyone's doing that. Been there, seen it. But here's the caveat to that, right? What happens if you don't act normal? Mini Nut Gaming. What's up, Mini Nut? We're just talking about the difference between normal and not normal, and how people perceive it, and how we love being weird up in here. Fly our weird flag real high. I hear you stole some of our sun. You guys stole some of our sun. We've got a bunch of it. We've got some overcast clouds, but I hear you guys got some too. I think we're gonna go back to the house after hitting some Pokestops here and check on the pool. I need to figure out how to get the plug to be watertight. Going to be one of today's projects. Hey, how did the pool go? Did you guys finally get yours up and running? Like, you got the filter going. You had the water flowing yesterday, right? It's going to flow for like 6 to 8 hours. So is your pool up and going? Get your filter going. You got your chlorine tablet in there. You got the bobby off your back, not knocking down your door telling you to shut the water off. Cool. Let's go see if we can catch some shade at home. Huh? What do you guys think? Well, There's the Pokestops here. Oh, it's a portable one. Okay. Ours is fairly big. Ours is 12 feet in diameter. So it's a pretty big pool. You'll probably see it on Google Earth eventually, but we just put it up this year, so you'll have to wait for the new edition of Google Earth. We tried the kind where you inflate the rim, and our ground was just not level enough. It collapsed on us in one night. I'm hoping this one doesn't collapse, but this is the kind where you build the frame around the outside, and then you fill the water inside, and it's 12 feet across, so it's a lot of water, and I'm really hoping that it holds up, because it could go bad if it decides to come crashing out the side. Let him do it. You know how the phrase goes, right? Curiosity what? Exactly. That feline wants to jump in that chlorinated water. Gonna find out what curiosity is. Gonna FAFO. Alright. Get on the move here. I'm surprised they haven't jumped up. There they go. So like you have a pool cover, and this feline keeps laying on top of it. I say Darwin's tempting this animal. Darwin's definitely tempting this animal. We're on the moon. And while we're on the move, I'm going to try to refrain from looking at the phone. If I hit a stop sign or something, I'll check it. Oh, jeez. I didn't know cats gave people problems like that. Sitting on the rafts and the floaty devices. That's kind of comical, not gonna lie. That's kind of comical. No, ours just, the cats in our neighborhood, oh, say that word, careful. The felines in our neighborhood, they like to get on the hood of our car and leave little nasty dust footprints whenever it rains. And we would notice it was that in the wintertime too. The felines that are in the neighborhood would jump on top of the hood, and they'd leave the little footprints in the melting snow. It looks like we're gonna have some afternoon shade in our parking spot. by the looks of the way the trees are at the moment. Yes, we do. We do indeed have some afternoon shade. All three spawn. Well, see, there you go. You're giving out snacks, then they're gonna go spawn. Look at. You say the word, and these guys are all up in your grill. We can do that for you guys. We can do that for you. We can give you a snack, okay? You just chill out. We don't want anybody fighting over it. So what we'll do is we'll give you each one of Zuma's working snacks. What do you think, Zoo? Yeah? Everybody get one working snack? Yeah? Okay. All right, back up now. I gotta get out the car and get it. It's in the way back there. Yeah, it's in the way back. I gotta go get it. So you just back up. Back up. Go ahead. Thank you. Back up. Back up. Can't be all up in my grill. They will. Just got some Scooby Dooby snacks here. Hold on, back up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, back up. Come on, back up. We gotta be able to show these on camera. You can't be too close. This is not time for a close-up. This is time for a cuteness test. Yeah, cuteness test. Ready? Is your cuteness test? Oh, come here. Come here. Come on. Ladybug cuteness test? Yeah, Ladybug. You got Annie's got hers. You guys can see Annie, you know. Oh, you got hers. And Zooey. Let's get you close up right there, Zooey. Oh, yeah. Over the nose. I did. I totally did say the trigger word. And then I had to pay the tax. That's it. All gone. I only got one for each of you. Everybody got one. It's fair, right? And you guys don't even need to be jealous of Zooey when she was working because they didn't give her any in the store. She got some earlier today. She didn't need to get double. Or she got some yesterday, actually. She got like 4 yesterday from that store. Space Nut's still rocking that #1. Doubling up on Cosmo. Oh. Mini Nut creeping up on Cosmo. You know, I'd love to see what it's about watch time, not just chatting. I'd really love to see who's got the XP. And it should give me XP notification, whether or not they're on Apple or not, because I'm on Android. So that's a silly thing. Go Spill! Hello. You just missed snack time. Rewind it like 1.5 minutes. You literally just missed it. I gave them all snacks. We'll wait here. that song copyrighted? Am I allowed to hum that song? Am I gonna get in trouble for that? I wanted to give Ghost Bell time to rewind it and see the snacks. Literally just missed it. Just missed it. I gave them all duck jerky. They all got some duck jerky. You know, every one of them got a little snack of duck jerky. But yeah, I think you're right there, Space Nut. But she has been coming in since way before the engagement system was enacted. And so I think she deserves to choose that song. She's here. She wins the coin toss. She gets the engagement crown. I try to be as fair as I possibly can about who I give the request to. And so far, luck has just not been on your side, brother. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's only really concerned with the crown to be to get that win, right? But outside of that, the engagement doesn't have any. There's no motivation. I would love to see how the engagement is if it counted view time. I would love to see who's actually watching. Because I know the only way to get that little button to pop up where you can push it and it says set high is to swipe away and come back. So either people are swiping away and coming back and pushing the button, or they're just coming back from being somewhere else. This one. This one here. But hey, thank you, Mrs. Space Nut. Thank you. I do try to be as fair as I possibly can about the engagement prize. I do want to make it something worth being here for. And if that's Cosmo's jam, then that's Cosmo's jam. That's her thing. She likes to come in, pick a song, and have it played. I'm glad that I can make her feel special by doing that. Because I'd like to make everybody feel special like that. If I could. Ew, I got slobber on my drink. It's a good thing it's not opened. Big old globba slobba. Slobba glob. Yeah. Gross. Big old slobber glob. Where's my paper towels? That's the other thing you can look out for if you've got dogs. Slobber. Mini net. Yeah. I think I've told this story on live before where my mom used to feed a cat that would come around all the time. Oh, I said the trigger word. She used to feed it and give it pets and put water out for it. And then years later, we found out that it lived somewhere nearby and it would do the same thing to all the other neighbors. Like there was like a block party and they're like, hey, somebody mentioned the feline. She looked at me like, Dad, you better not. Somebody mentioned the feline at this block party. And everyone was like, yeah, I feed that one. You know, I give that one pets. And they found out that it lived somewhere nearby. And that the whole neighborhood had been feeding that animal for years without knowing that it just lived nearby. It just was, it was a weird animal. You know, it was sociable, but basically antisocial. Like, I'll let you pet me enough to make you want to give me food, but you're not picking me up, and no heavy petting, like scratch behind my ears, but I'm gonna swat at you just to keep you at arm's length. Like, that's the way the cat was. Oh, trigger word. Sorry, Sue. Sorry, Sue. That's the way it was. You know, it was... That's the attitude that animal had. She's looking around like... Dad, if you say that word again, I can't sleep. Sorry, Zuma. Daddy didn't mean to put you on high alert. But yeah, that feline would keep you at arm's length. It would let you get a few scratchies in, you know, like one of these, and one of these, and like maybe one of those, and then it would swat at you. And you'd be like, okay, are we friends or are we not friends? And then it would start, you know, rubbing itself and purring on your leg, and you're like, okay, I can pet you again. So you'd be like, okay, kid, you know, okay, all right. And then, you know, you'd do one of these again, and then it would swat at you. Like, I'll take some pets, but only a little bit of pets. And you know what I want. I want that food. So I guess it just liked having different perspectives and different porches to sit on. You know, none of the neighborhoods really had dogs. And none of the neighbors had them. So that feline would just run from house to house and say hi to everybody and get pets and food. Try to change the topic for you there, Zooey. I'm sorry. I know. It's an anxiety-inducing topic. Talking about the mortal enemy of your species. It never looked at a day in its life. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't even know it. It was, I'm not even sure if it was a tabby cat. It might have been a tabby cat, but it was definitely long hair. Right? It wasn't all that chunky. So it didn't look like it was getting fed all the time. And the hair was matted. Matted with, like, you know, those things that when you walk through the woods, they get stuck to your clothes. They had always had those in it and wouldn't let you pull them out. There was always, like, it looked like it got into fights on the regular, not wounds, but like matted blobs of hair that looked like they could have been a wound at some point. Like, it didn't look like a cat that was owned. It was just an outdoor cat. Oh, sorry. I know. We have to change the topic. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zim. Yeah, camouflage. Urban camouflage. I got her all excited again. She was in a dead sleep too, and just like, poof, popped up out of nowhere. What are you saying about this animal? You guys are okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. thought it was the other one. A high alert for those. There is there's a tuxedo feline that runs around the neighborhood, and then there's a orange short-haired tabby that runs around the neighborhood. And I think the tuxedo lives nearby because we see it more often. That's the one they're looking out for right now. So, for those of you who don't know, dogs see, like, their vision, the cones in their eyes are bichromial. What that means is that they only really see two colors. And it's a yellowish color and blue. So they see those colors really well. It's like, it's the same as a red-green colorblind person, only they really just don't see the other colors. So I think it's blue and yellow that they see really well. And so, if you're familiar with blue and yellow make green, right? Grass is green, the sky is blue. So, a black feline is going to stand out on that kind of background to a dog's vision. And of course, a tabby has the yellow in it, so that would stand out. But because the grass has the blue and the green, it stands out less. Yeah. And that's called bichromial. It's their vision. But I would imagine where blue and yellow are primary colors, that any variation of secondary colors using those primary colors would stand out also, but not quite as much. That's my scientific assumption. So it's fairly easy for them to see grass, but it would be difficult for them to see a fire truck. Dichromatic? I thought it's bichromatic. Bichromatic is 2. Bichromial? Dichromatic is 4, isn't it? Deca? No, Deca's 5. Or is Deca 10? I always forget the... What do they call those? The prefixes.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Uh-oh. We've got an image. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so the green spectrum is kind of like just ignored by them, and the red spectrum is just dark. So green is like their white, and red is like their black. So similar to somebody who has they are red-green colorblind. The difference is with people who have red-green color blindness, They have a difficulty distinguishing the difference between the two because the spectrum is very similar. And if I had to guess, it's because their eyes are acting in a similar way to the dogs. Only with us, we have a broad spectrum of visibility. And we have to remember that light is light waves, and the difference in color is based on how far apart each peak is from the next peak in the wavelength. And it's based off the reflection of the light. Yeah, you were the breaking news, but that's just the Discord sound. I had to put something up there so that I keep getting my notifications because I keep forgetting to check the Discord. Little sleepy turds. Don't worry, that's on me though. I should really just turn my notifications off while I'm present for the live streams. But if I do that, then I forget to turn them back on. So I would rather them go off in the live stream than forget to turn them back on and not have them go off when I'm not. The neighbors got their doggo out. Nobody's seeing it though. Nobody's seeing it. So no watering the plants, no filling up the pool, no slip and slides. Not at the moment. We don't have any hose bands at the moment. At least not in this region. And as far as I know, it's not common for this region either. It would be more common for a region with a hot climate than it would be for this region. We get enough snow throughout the year that I don't think it would be a problem. But I've seen that happen in New Jersey when I was a kid, where they would say, you know, it's kind of like a drought or whatever. And they would say that you couldn't, there was things you couldn't do, like water your lawn, because you had to save water. but I don't remember ever seeing or hearing about anyone enforcing them. Like, is there a story out there where somebody had somebody pop up on their lawn in a cruiser and be like, hey, no, turn your sprinklers off? I don't think I've ever seen that. Somebody getting in trouble or getting a fine. Like, the neighbor told me a story of a house nearby that had been abandoned for a couple of years, and the city water was just pouring into the basement, and it didn't even notice it until one of the other neighbors nearby couldn't get water to stop coming into their basement anymore. And could you imagine, for years, water coming into your basement and you don't understand why, and it turns out that there's an abandoned house nearby that's just had the city water pouring into it for years? Like, why did the city not notice that it was pouring water into this house? With what they charge us for water, you'd think that they notice somebody using an excess amount of water over a large period of time. Wow. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Leaks is just one of those things I guess they have to account for, but it just doesn't make sense to me how a company can have water pouring into a house for years without noticing that the water was on in that house. Like, wouldn't the meter have shown that hundreds of gallons, thousands of gallons, millions of hundreds of thousands of gallons, like, just poured into this house over the years? Like, the water just was on and didn't notice? Ah, so you gotta run a hose from the sink or the bathtub. Okay. Oh, but you know, the flooding in an abandoned house caused flooding in a house nearby. So that's, I don't know, that's just silly to me that a company whose only job is to monitor the usage of water couldn't figure it out for years. But yeah, who's enforcing that? Who is over there enforcing that you're not using the sprinkler on your lawn? Is there somebody gonna knock on your door and say, hey, turn the water off? Are they going to get a hold of the water company and have your water shut off? Like, what's the consequence for it? Is there a fine? Well, the neighbors, because everybody's too fucking nosy, oh, excuse my French, to mind their own business. Of course, it's always going to be the neighbors, but what other enforcement is there? If the neighbors didn't complain, would anybody care? $1,000 euro fine if caught. See, now that's only a consequence for the poor. There are rich people out there still filling their pools right now. That seems like a better way of handling it, where they just pay attention to the meter, and if you start going over, they shut it off, and then you got to call them and explain yourself, pay a fine to have it turned back on. But yeah, fines like that, they're only a consequence for the poor. Speeding tickets, red light fines, seatbelt tickets, stop signs. Consequences for violating those things are only consequences for the poor, because we can't afford to do it. We can't afford to keep doing it. Singapore investor group, that seems, what's the word I'm looking for here? Suspect? For a company that isn't part of your country to own and operate your water supply. Doesn't that also sound dangerous? Just saying. Just saying. I don't know if I would want somebody who didn't, like, who wasn't drinking the same water as me operating my water supply. Thank you, Mini Nut. Thank you, thank you. Sacrificing the browser. What is the world coming to these days? And where can I make that kind of money? I got trash I can throw away. Hell, for that kind of money, I'll throw away the neighbor's trash. They can pay me that per hour. I'll find other people's trash to dump. Like, we'll just pick a spot. You pay me that per hour, and we'll find trash to dump it there. You want trash in your yard? Just pay me. You can pay me half that, and I'll find neighbors' trash to put in your yard. We'll make it happen. we could do 50 years of trash in your yard for half that price per hour. I'll get a couple guys together for half that price per hour. We'll get 50 years of trash in your yard, no problem. That's some wild numbers right there. That's wild numbers. So what do they do with that? Does that become fertilizer or what? You can smell 42? Like 42 years? What do they do with that pile of stuff? Do they just like till it until it becomes useful dirt or what? Because I imagine there's plant material mixed in with biodegradable, bio byproducts. So like there's bound to be enough bacteria for that kind of thing to break down and become suitable for the soil. Yeah, there it is. Let it disperse into the soil and the seas and the rivers. That's how you make it go bye-bye real fast, isn't it? And then everybody downstream has a problem. What they're supposed to do is bury it and then till it over the next 25 years. But I guess they run out of space for that. Hey, here's a thought. Why not do that in the desert? Why not take this biodegradable enriched stuff and just till it into the desert and restart the rainforest? If we put it in the middle of the desert where nobody likes to travel and hang out, it'll biodegrade on its own, if not forced to erode because of the desert's conditions. And if it's nutrient enriched bioproduct, shouldn't it also help the environment while it's there? Like, in theory, if you're putting sewage byproduct in the middle of the desert, shouldn't, like, in 100 years there be an oasis there? Because all that bioorganic chemical dump stuff, like, it would create bacteria, and bacteria would breed life, and then life would breed the food chain, and then you'd get your own little, what do they call that? It's like a biosphere, like a little environment kind of cut off from the rest of the world. That's a cute one. I like that saying. When I paraphrase that one, I usually put "you are not alone." Is that a lyric? It sounds familiar now that that I've read it a few times.
Breaking news. What? Breaking news. Could be anybody on Discord. Let's see. Breaking news. Oh, more breaking news.
Seems like it. This nut over here, the angry activist. Hey, how do they feel about independent journalism over there? Is that something that they care about a lot, or they don't care about and it just kind of runs free? It's almost illegal. Yeah, I bet. So it's very, if you want to get decent, accurate news, what do? Because is it as regulated as it is here? Because a lot of the news here is very regulated, but there's a lot of options to get real, accurate news. And that's because our independent journalism is so rampant. Especially as people start to see that their First Amendment rights get stepped on. People are going out there and stress testing, filming in public. So it's a lot harder for the government to take it away. State control. So you need like a permit and a license. You got to be background checked and fingerprinted to hold a camera and like independently ask questions. That's silly. You guys should move. That's my response. You guys should move. I believe that. Easier said than done, right? Easier said than done. let's not get anybody in trouble for whatever reason. And apparently they're not too happy with you guys. I mean, I'm sure that our news outlets would get a lot more trouble if it wasn't for our Constitution. Well, hello there. Zuma does sit like a human. What did I miss? I stepped out to start a fire and burn some cardboard. Took longer than I thought it would. Oh, I didn't miss much. Isn't that true? If they lock you up for mentioning it, that doesn't make it less true. That's facts right there. So here is the dealio, ladies and gentlemen. The missus and the kiddo are home now. So, I'm being begged over here. Zuma's begging me to go say hello. Straight up begging me. Okay, Zoom. Okay, Zoom. Thank you, Zoom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Back up. My brain still needs its nicotine and caffeine, so I'm gonna get some more of that right now. We'll just give, let's call it a 5-minute warning. All right, we'll call it that. How's that? 5-minute warning. Plus, I want to sit in the air conditioning, and she turned them all off in the house when she got home. Because I've just been in front of that fire burning a bunch of cardboard that was, the flame was probably as tall as me. I just didn't feel like being out there forever, so I just kept loading it. Whenever the flame got big enough, or small enough, I should say, to put another piece on, I put it on. And it's still going, but it's all ash and embers now. It's below the rim. So I felt that it was safe enough for me to be able to walk away without things falling out. I can still see it from where I'm at, but it wasn't safe to walk away with cardboard that could potentially be falling out on fire. I didn't want to walk away from it like that, but I'm gonna have a cigarette here, and yeah, we'll call it the 5-minute warning or so. I'm gonna need this box. Give me that. Give me it. If I had done a little bit more planning, you guys could have watched that fire get started, but I didn't. That was a spontaneous thing. I didn't plan to start a fire. I just decided that I had seen enough of the cardboard building up next to the fire because I created a pile of it. And I had had enough with the pile of cardboard, so I decided it was time to burn it. It was one of those things where you look around your backyard and you're like, which one of these parts of my backyard looks ugly? That pile of cardboard. Gotta go. And so I handled it. And I burned it. So I could have been here a little bit more. What did I do with that lighter? Donde está mi fuego? There it is. All right. Yeah, you just get fed up with it. You're like, no more. Don't bring any more home. We have to get rid of the stuff we have. Don't get any more packages in the mail. That's it. We have enough cardboard built up. Lucky for us now, the first 2 years we lived in this house, we hadn't had like the rhythm of the seasons and whatnot down, and being homeowners and whatnot. So, but after the first couple of years, we learned that we didn't want to walk across the lawn while there was a foot of snow to put something in the fire pit. So now, The fire pit is right at the end of the driveway. We got smart, as they would say. We got smart. Yeah, I'll be in 5. Yeah, I'll be in 5. Yeah, I'm gonna shut down the live stream in 5. I'm just gonna have a smoke and then come in. And then you get to see all the beautiful pups that missed you the last 4 days. I'm really enjoying the air conditioning right now after standing next to that fire. It's a nice day out, not too hot, not too cold. Warm enough to want to be inside. Cool enough to be outside if you enjoy being there. Back up, Zuma. I love you, Zoo, but geez, give me some personal space. Back up, please. Zoo, back up, please. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, a little whiny. A whiny bug. We'll go very soon, you guys. Don't get your britches in if not. We're gonna early infuse here with some vegan air. We're gonna try our chances on the carcinogens once again. And then we're gonna go inside and end the live stream. We're winding down. Anybody want to do a wind down song? Do we have an outro? Tiny the Tiger's got an outro. Tiny the Tiger's like, peace, I'm leaving, here's a special monologue. I don't have a special monologue. I got a watermark. Not a monologue, but I got a watermark. Aaron's over there shaking his head like, Chris, these are not the same. It's an outro watermark, right? It plays at the end of the video. So that's kind of like an end monologue. It's just my Cash App, though. Hey, if you guys want to make a request, all you got to do is send me some monies to do something with your request. If you want to see me make a t-shirt or something like that, I'll do the content. Send you the t-shirt. I just don't have extra money to buy blank t-shirts to do it. Soon, though. Very soon. We will figure that out. We're almost there. Go for the song 10 Feet Tall. Is that a one about a campfire that stands just as tall as me? I'm not 10 feet tall. I'm a little more than half that. Sneezy, sneezy. Everything just got ultra quiet. I turned the car off and I rolled the windows down. Oh, you're good. We're gonna be calling it very soon here. I know I said 5 minutes like 5 minutes ago. But it was more of a metaphorical 5 minutes. However long it takes me to smoke this cigarette and herbally infuse myself with my vegan air. Excuse me. Ooh, I was running a lot of stuff today. It freed up 1.3 gigs of RAM when I optimized the phone. Wild. Let's see. What's the studio telling me? Pup sleeping last night. Since published, 2.6. 17 hours of watch time. Not bad. $17 hours is pretty good on one that's already been published. I'm a little bit jealous that my content gets more views while I'm sleeping than when I am awake and present. Excuse me. right. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have more fun when we're nice to each other. You guys have a wonderful day. I appreciate you all coming out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome. Take care.